We're about 1 minute late to starting. So welcome everybody to our joint resource recovery meeting. The first one in 2025. And we will start by calling the meeting to order. I believe, just looking around the table here, that we do have a quorum. And we acknowledge and respect the Indigenous peoples within whose traditional lands we are meeting today. So I'll take a recommendation to adopt the agenda as presented. Director Hughes, Director Lockwood, thank you. And we have received the minutes and an addition of a...
your agenda motion.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for the reminder here.
You're welcome.
I'm just trying to get over this agenda really pretty quick today. But anyways, we have a motion on the floor to adopt the agenda as presented. Anybody else? All in favor? Anybody opposed? Seeing no opposition, we have received the minutes, and there's an addition of a 5-year schedule to item 3, paragraph 2 of the first motion. And I trust everybody read the minutes. Do you feel are there any additions or anything that we missed in the minutes? Seeing no, so we'll go to item number 3, resource recovery bylaw, and we'll start with maybe a slight comment from staff on that. Todd?
Thank you. Yeah, so apologies for getting this in late, and there was a last minute addition of an amendment bylaw, and that was to do with some of the price increases that were going to be greater than 10% as per the systems efficiency study that was done. And a last minute realization by myself, there's no way we could actually accommodate this with our operations, that big of a transition in how we manage wood waste, and also not really giving ample time for customers to adjust to big jumps like that. So what I'm proposing here is that we have that we move forward with with rescinding the current bylaw, repealing the current bylaw, the new one, which is the 10% increases, and then in May, the amendment bylaw would come into effect with some of those adjusted prices for cost recovery as Heidi presented in December and November. So that's why I was late. And yeah, sorry about all those attachments. I know it's a lot. So I'm going to try and keep my reporting simple and to the point. So the recommendation for repealing the existing bylaw and the new bylaw which would come into effect is a 10% increase in tipping fees. There's some new definitions to support our organics and diversion program, and I'll go into a little bit more detail with that. We have some new definitions for wood waste, so this is the first stage of getting into a contaminated wood waste definition and a clean wood waste definition. We've had a clean wood waste definition for a couple of years, but there really hasn't been much done with it. And that was when we first started with our organics program. We were anticipating that we would need that carbon feedstock for the composting facilities, but our yard and garden waste more than took care of that. So we've had that kicking around, and now we've made a couple of revisions, and with the intention being that we will have 2 separate waste streams for contaminated wood waste and 1 for clean. And that contaminated wood waste would be landfill for the interim. And this is due to our current practices causing us a lot of difficulties with fire risk. We've got legacy stockpiles, and not much is being done with it. We have a couple of our sites like Udashenia that really do use those wood chips, but most of them, they're sitting around and just rotting. And there's a lot of expenses with this as well. We know that our grinding costs are in the 6 figures. So it's expensive, very expensive. And there's a lot of greenhouse gas emissions with doing that. So we're looking to improve things and eventually get a better end use, a higher end use for this wood waste, but in the meantime, it's costing us a lot of money, creating a lot of risks, and gobbling up a lot of space on our sites. The amendment bylaw, as I already said, would go into effect May 1st. Yeah, go through the chair.
Director,
If you want to wait and put me on a list, I don't know if you want to hear more first or whatever you feel like.
when do you want to entertain the questions?
I think it's best if he goes through the introduction of the report and then we go back to the individual elements.
Okay, yeah. So the amendment bylaw, if this is passed today, I've written it in that it won't go into effect till May 1st. So, and that's just for those select items, soil prices, contaminated wood waste, clean wood waste, rubble. I think that's it. It's all listed in there anyways. And then of course, the committee will want to determine whether they want to follow the 3-year schedule or the 5-year schedule. And again, that's related to systems efficiency. The difference between year one, or the difference with year one on a 3-year versus a 5-year is there's only a difference in the soil prices. Other than that, they're identical. But over the long term, of course, the 3 years is going to be more pain up front, I guess, with the higher prices, than the 5 years going to roll it out longer. But you guys have heard all about that from Heidi and discussed it, I'm sure. So just a couple of comments on this. Covered that. Oh, okay. So just moving on, another thing within the immediate new bylaw would be some changes to compostable plastics. So when we first rolled out our organics program, we didn't allow plastic bags, whether they were compostable or not. And the reason for that was practicality. We wanted to take a conservative approach. We wanted to make it easier on our operators. And you can't tell by looking what's regular plastic versus what is compostable. So we didn't want to add that layer of complexity within those first years that we were managing things. And so really the options were limited to paper bags. Some of them with cellulose linings, and they're great, but they're also expensive. So the compostable plastics have come a long ways. They've been demonstrated that they actually do break down nicely, and they work in commercial composting facilities. So we want to now make allowances for the certain certified compostable plastics, and those are defined within the bylaw, what that means. As it is right now, we get a lot of plastic bags anyways, and we're thinking that by doing this, those bags are cheaper than the wood ones, so we're hoping that that'll make it more appealing to people that might not want to spend that money on paper bags. With the lining, it'll reduce the ick factor, and hopefully we'll get more users for the composting facility. So that's the rationale behind that. This would come with a communications plan. We have to work with the retailers. We have to get information out to the public. So there's a lot of work involved with that, but it seems like a logical next step. Oh, well, another change that we're proposing is moving organic waste to our recyclable waste schedule. So because organic waste is technically a recyclable waste, we have diversion options for that. And when we have a material that's in that schedule, it means that we have the ability to charge double for greater than 10% contamination. We do this with recyclable materials, like if somebody's bringing in, recyclable plastics or cardboard or something like that. How it rolls out in reality is it's a discretionary call, and it almost always happens at the landfills at the tipping area. It's rare that happens at a transfer station or at the bins, but where we'll see this is where a hauler comes in, dumps their load, and it's heavily contaminated with a recyclable material. And usually what happens is it's education first, a couple of warnings, and once we've worked with them and it's still happening, then we start charging double, and then they pass it down to the customers. So it's a tool in the toolkit. We've also heard back from the haulers that, when we've been trying to get them to create infrastructure to offer composting diversion options for businesses, they always say, show us a ban and then we'll invest the money. So this isn't a ban, but this is one step that just gives us more regulatory tools. I've got quite a bit of information on the amendment bylaw about what those price changes would be. This has also been presented by Heidi Bench. The percentage increases on the 3-year schedule versus the 5-year schedule. Staff are recommending that we go with the 3-year schedule. And all that information's in there, so I don't really feel the need to go through that, but we can certainly discuss any of this, any questions you may have. One change that we would make also in the amendment bylaw is the removal of the yard and garden waste per load category. And it's a bit of an anomaly. There's no other waste treatments that have a per load charge. And as it stands in the bylaw right now, if somebody brings in a load of yard and garden waste that exceeds 2.5 cubic meters, then they're charged by ton or by volume, depending on the site. If it's bigger than a container or up to 2.5 cubic meters, they get charged this flat rate of $6. Very, very difficult to estimate 2.5 cubic meters by eye. So that's one of the reasons for turfing that one. And then the other thing is the yard and garden program, as you are all very aware, it costs us a lot of money because we have 2 months where it's free. And the majority of customers, especially residential, save up for those 2 free months. It's good to have these free months because we've got a lot of fire risks and whatnot, and we want to encourage this and we want to discourage backyard burning, but it comes at a cost. So it is heavily subsidized by taxation. And we feel like we're probably losing some money through this per load charge. And I am quite certain that a lot of attendants will just look at a truck coming in and just go per yard and not bother to do the volume or put them through the scale, because that keeps those lines moving quickly. So we feel like we can probably recover a little bit of revenue through this, and we'll get more accurate reporting out through our data, because if somebody actually has to take the time to figure out what those cubic meters are or actually weigh them, we have better data. So we think it's a good move. We have also some significant increases to go in this amendment bylaw in May for waste soil and uncontaminated soil, and the rationale behind that has been explained by Heidi Bench. So I've got 4 recommendations here that we repeal 2961, repeal 2905 and replace that with 2961, and that would go in effect February 1st. And that we approve the amendment bylaw 3011, and that go into effect May 1st. And then the last recommendation here is that the board directs staff to present tipping fee increases in January of 2026 and 2027, aligned with the proposed tipping fee cost recovery objectives on a 3-year schedule. And that's it from me.
Well, thank you, Todd. That's quite comprehensive report. And I believe East, West, and Central Resource Recovery, we basically had a preamble of this before. So this is more or less a recap on the changes that were done since we had our meetings. Now, Senator Wolf?
Just as a preamble, before we get into the discussion, I want to apologize for this report by having the efficiency report outcomes and several permutations in regards how we roll that out. We made out of that little report a 210 pager. So we will make in the future every effort to have these great discussions early in the year so that the bylaw presentation and the tipping fee discussions don't fall into a single report. I understand. I know you all have read every single page of these 210, but just wanted to apologize for that.
Well, thank you, Manager Wolf. I do have a speakers list, and I have a little bit of a quandary on how to go through it, with the recommendations, we can deal with them separately. But basically on the report that Todd made, we'll entertain the speakers on that. And current speakers list is McFadden, Balkwood, Newell, Maine, and Watson. Go ahead.
I have a few questions. I'll admit I did not read every single page, but I have skimmed it all. A few questions on just things you said. One, you said we have stockpiled wood chip piles that are fire risk. Are these wood chips that would be usable? Like people buy wood chips all the time for their gardens, for their landscaping. Is this something that we might be able to use for that? I'm getting a nod, no, contaminated with some.
Yeah, through the chair, if I may, especially the wood waste, or what we will be calling contaminated wood waste. There's glues, paint stains, all sorts of things that are wood based. So I think the liability of distributing that around the community wouldn't apply. And the yard and garden chip, we could consider that at some locations. Again, there's a lot of liabilities, and how the collection occurs has a lot of coordinating, and we actually could use yard and garden in our composting. So I think that we'd likely just keep that for internal purposes.
Yeah, for sure. I knew the yard and garden, but I didn't know. Do you mind? Two
Go ahead.
questions. Okay. Compostable bags that you were integrating in. Does that mean now, Miss Partners that are like City of Custer, we no longer have to enforce them not using compostable bags? Because we put a whole bunch of effort into making sure that no one uses compostable bags and they're only using the paper bags. They've got a lot of backlash. Are you saying now we can backtrack on that and say that compostable bags are allowed to be used and we're not going to be fined for bringing trucks in or rejected for bringing trucks in?
Through the chair, maybe we'll let Matt or Elaine speak to that, because there's still some components that we can't use. And I think one of the big drivers is that I think this will help increase usership, because we've had concerns about the cost or the mess. And so this is trying to encourage increased diversion. I don't know if you have some further to add to that.
Through the chair,
Can you speak up or come closer to the table?
We're not accepting hydrocarbon-based compostable plastics, so it's just the biomass-based compostable plastics. So we'll have to do a lot of engagement with our municipal partners and retailers, like Todd mentioned. We have already engaged with the customer staff specific to the guide that just went out, and whether or not they should be updating the guide to say compostable plastics acceptance coming. We often just stick with the wording as is, because we didn't the bylaw report in yet. Matt has already set up a meeting with customer staff to discuss changes.
And last question, I can
Yeah,
share
go ahead.
on the yard waste loads. So we're closing our facility at the complex, our free yard waste facility, due to budget constraints, and we're basically paying for it twice by paying for landfill and paying for doing it, realizing that it's actually not majority city capital residents that are using it. And so it became quite costly to maintain. With that, we've also just put all our information out with the current rates, the $6 load and all these things, and the months that are free and all that to go along with that. And all that's all going out to the public, I think, this week. So are we what is the difference now in cost per load on an average person? Are they going to be paying the same, or is this a significant higher cost now to take a truckload of yard waste to the dump by doing it per, I think, whatever it was, the ton or by weight instead of per load?
Yeah. So on
the average load I'm having, I've read the numbers and just having a hard time understanding what is the weight of a normal $6 load that someone will be bringing and what now they're going to be charged.
So through the chair, Todd can add to this. One thing we notice in observing loads is some people will come with a load with a few branches, and some people will come with it strapped down on a truck and maybe even a trailer. So there's a huge variation on what a normal load would be. To some degree, this is someone has a very small amount that they could get charged just for the one container, and then up to 2 containers, and then beyond that, it'll move to 2. And I think the comparison of the max load of 2.5 cubic meters is not that much bigger than what the 2 containers equivalent would be, would you say?
Yeah, so we will still keep our container rate, and further to what Amy said, our attendants are very good at eyeballing 121 liters, which is our definition of a container, because they do that for garbage all the time, because people bring in some loose stuff and they'll, oh yeah, that's a bag's worth. They're not supposed to do that, but they do. And we can, and as a practice, we intend to allow that. It's not practical to be bagging yard and garden a lot of times. So for them, they can look at that, and the price would be $325 for a container. So that's 240 liters worth of material for $6.50, which would have been the same price as a load. So I don't think it's going to be a major thing. I think what happens is there's there's some residents that are really loaded up, and then that might be a little used to getting that load rate, and now they might be paying per cubic meter. But for a cubic meter, you are paying $13.25. So I don't think it's going to be that much of a game changer. I think the commercial businesses might be a little bit more, because they're going for more months out of the year. They can't save everything for the 3 months alone. I don't think it's going to make a huge impact for the residents. I think the commercial, and we've got 3 months to work with the commercial businesses on this to help them adjust their budgets and whatnot.
Thank you. I'm developing quite a list here. So we might be here for a while answering questions. So if we can limit to 1 question and 1 supplemental, and then we'll move it on. Director Lockwood, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna put all of my questions into one then, because there's a lot of stuff to pack here to ask one question.
There is, Director Lockwood.
So
1 question and a supplemental, and then we'll move on to the next director, and we will always come back to you for any further questions.
Okay. So a lot of stuff was answered with some of the questions that Director McFadden had already asked, but I just want to go a little bit further with the wood chips. Am I to understand that we're grinding clean waste with contaminated waste? And if that is a yes, then, or if that is a no, then can the clean waste be sold to mills for biofuel?
Okay, so our current practices are, we don't sort of separate, so everything gets ground together.
Okay.
This move would see dirty wood waste get in landfill, and we would still grind the clean wood waste. And we need a certain amount of those wood chips for operations, for building berms and road repair and whatnot. And there's always a possibility, if there was such a market, that we could accommodate. We'd have to look at it.
Okay.
Just to clarify, when he says it's ground together, that does still keep yard and garden and
Yeah.
would be separate from each other.
Yeah.
And your supplemental?
Thank you. Supplemental, please. So I'm going to go on with the biomass-based plastic. That's something that really, we do a lot of communication out to the public. And so have really tried to get people to not use those kind of things. Is there a possibility that when we find out exactly the type of plastic that is allowed, that the RDCK works with municipalities to be able to say, these are what we'll accept, and it gives opportunity that the municipalities can then sell it to residents, just so we're using the right plastic. So we're not leaving, so we don't go through this whole schmozzle of, oh geez, that is hydro whatever, or that is like, people don't know the difference. If it's recycling, it's recycling. So I'm putting that suggestion forward, is that because we sell tags, that it's a possibility that the RDCK put together and say, this is what's acceptable, and with our procurement, that maybe through the RDCK or whatever, is that we buy it and sell it to the municipality, not for making money, just to be able to say, this is what's acceptable.
But
Maybe I jump in here. So we are quite happy if municipalities work with us. We are hoping as well to work with the retail sector to support us in identifying suitable materials. So we will have some form of signs or tags that they can then use in the retail sector. What we probably cannot do is that we say you can only buy it from the municipality. Within your municipality, you can do and regulate what you want, but generally we can't exclude the commercial sector from selling these products.
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, on the bottom.
On the, go around again. Okay, I've got you, Director Lockwood. Director Newell.
Thank you. Just a clarification and then a question. So we're not removing the 3 months quite yet?
The answer is no.
And thanks for the weekend reading, much appreciated. So moving on to my question, I noticed in recommendation number 5 that we're bringing, that the board is directing staff to bring increases in January. And I thought in the past we were trying to move forward so we could get word out to people so that we could get the whole year of whatever the thing is rather than a delay of 3 or 4 months. So I just wonder why that doesn't say September, for example. Or
My thoughts on that are that we could certainly do communication for anticipated price changes. I'm talking about the because just keeping it on a 12-month cycle. We could probably change. We could probably manipulate that though.
Sorry, through the chair, but that was his guidance from admin on, because we're referencing the, what do they call them here? The tipping fee cost recovery objectives in the report that you're receiving today. So, because when we spoke with Angela about it, if we just said we were doing the 3-year cost objectives, we needed to be able to reference exactly where they could find what those were. So that date is only referencing where you can find the table for those objectives.
Thank you.
So do you have a supplemental, Director Newell?
No, I think that's good. Thanks.
Okay, Director Main.
Thank you, Chair. Kind of a statement more than a question, but it's important to Silverton, which did write in to the board. We are extremely concerned with the rate of tipping fees and taxation both going up for an effectively 18% increase in year one. So if it's 8% in one and 10% in the other, that's how people perceive it. It's going up 18%. Whatever the mathematics of it is, I'm presenting what my village is perceiving and wanting to have read into the record. Yes, we need to recover costs. Yes, we also need to be working towards all transfer stations and landfills being on weight rather than some being on weight and some being on volume, because we have seen some anecdotal evidence that we are paying more per volume than we would be paying by weight. Anecdotal, not empirical. And then looking at the 3-year schedule versus the 5-year schedule, the Village of Silverton understands that our considerations are not going to sway the entire board. I will say that a 5-year increase schedule would be much preferable to the people I represent who would see it as smaller increases. They don't care that it gets to the same point at the end. My concern with the 5-year is that inflation could have overtaken those increases by the time we get to the 5-year. We only can put our trust in the future so far. But that is the position of the Village of Silverton, is that we're extremely concerned we're extremely upset, and it has to be acknowledged that this is putting a grave import on our taxpayers, because this is just one service and all the other services are going up as well. So I will be carrying that same message to other services when we have our budget discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have staff that would like to respond.
Yes.
Manager Wolf or
Sure.
go ahead.
I can start. So we have also done a little bit of investigating on the volume versus weight, and it very much varies on the material type. Heidi has done some investigation, and to be quite honest, it looks like we are not that far off. And it depends if you have different types of densities of material, that can obviously vary. We're happy to have more of a discussion about it, and I don't know if it would be at a later meeting or as part of the workshop we're looking at. We can maybe try and share some information, and we don't have it provided or ready to present at the moment. In regards to having everybody on weight, like the reality of the cost of scales is substantial. Like somewhere like Roseberry, for example, it would easily be an over $1 million project to get a scale installed there, if even possible on that site. So it could be a complete relocation.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the other point about inflation is the S&P and cost recovery objectives referenced here is purely to get us to that target rate that the tipping fee assessment directed us to. So these rate increases were not in the bylaw. The 10% for 2025 was, but the future year increases were not. The future year increases have an estimate for inflation, so that would be in addition to what we're showing here.
Maybe if I can briefly expand a little bit on what Amy said in regards to the scale at Roseberry. The site, when we redid the site, struggled already to even get proper road grades in that tight site that allows the turning radiuses and a suitable slope for winter conditions for these trucks, let alone a scale that requires a flat area, that requires a straight line to pull onto the scale, and on the other side the same thing. So the site is totally unsuitable to install a scale. And even if it was possible at a very high cost, as Amy indicated, plus you would need one additional staff at the scale. They can't do scale and the site management at the same time, so you would have that as an added cost. I have not gone through the cost in any form of detail, but my guess would be that the cost annualized would exceed by far the tipping fee revenue we make on that site. So just to put it in perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supplemental? Okay, so we'll have, I'll entertain one more speaker at the board table, then we'll go to the speakers online. So Director Watson, go ahead.
I think you notes. First of all, because it's come up a few times on the biofuel, the regional district did a study on dead stock potential, and it was deemed unfeasible based on volumes, including forestry, not just what we might produce at wood waste, very minimal at wood waste. So I just wanted to note that for the committee that was through sustainability, we might want to circulate that study, because not only is it cost prohibitive comparative to the microhydro or the hydro system we have, you can't actually sell it at a nominal price to be competitive. But we would have to actually import the materials to create it. So just to kind of get that one out of the way, that study can be circulated. It's Steve Black has it, I believe, on their website or on our website. And just on the workshop, just making sure you know we actually have placeholders in our calendar this year for workshops, so you don't have to do a whole, just letting you know. My two questions are, I had recently read, there was someone who was using the rebate program through energy efficiency, and they will not get the rebate if they do not remove their former heating unit, which was a boiler. And my first question is just, do we have anywhere in our bylaw, I know it's not totally on the topic, but I'm just looking at recognizing that we now have to be able to process these boilers in some way. Curious if we address those in our schedules. And the second question I'll ask, because I couldn't see it, and I'm sorry I didn't read the whole report. When are we proposing bans on organics? I'm not necessarily looking for us to do that anytime soon, but I did hear you mention it, and I just wanted a bit more info on it.
So through the chair, the ICI report has a discussion about investigating bans. So we don't have a timeline on it, but that's another report coming up. Are you asking about, for clarity, disposal of a boiler? Like it would depend on the material type and size. So if it's metal, it would go to the metal pile, and depending on the size, it may actually have to go to a landfill.
Thank you. Supplemental?
Yeah, just that I believe it actually has asbestos in it, a lot of them do. So I'm just seeing the conflict coming up.
Okay, so
We don't need to talk about it now. We don't need more conflicts, just raising it.
Okay, we'll go to the online people. And I have Director Fike, and just a question, Director Fike. I presume you're here in place of Director Casely?
Yes, that's true.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I've had some constructive conversations with Uli about the long-term tipping fee increases. And just if you extend the rate of increases for the 3-year, using the numbers on page 163, table 6 and 7, for the 3-year rate increase, mixed waste, just for simplicity, will be about $300 a ton. By 2050, it's $500 a ton. And the 5-year rate, the mixed waste would go to about $240 a ton and $250 a ton, or sorry, $380 a ton. And I agree with Uli, there's not going to be a straight line. My question is, what thought has been given to the future, the long-term prognosis of tipping fee increases? I'm just a little bit concerned about at some point the risk of illegal dumping becomes very real. And my question is there any thought given to more long-term? I know it's a toughie.
Yes, go ahead.
Sure, I'll start again. The intention of where we're going with these cost recovery objectives is to get us up to closer to cost recovery for these materials. We haven't been keeping up with our cost to manage these materials or inflation for quite some time, so that we're basically doing a bit of catch up. And the intention is, unless our expenses kept going exponentially up, that the tipping fees should, I don't know that they will like plateau because of inflation, but we should catch up and then be able to have smaller increases in the future. The alternative to that is that we switch to more taxation based, and we could pick a point at which we decide that that's just too high or high enough, and instead we're going to move the required revenue to fund the system to tax based. And what we're trying to do is balance it a bit here, and because we don't collect any tipping fees on any of our diversion programs, that is entirely tax-based, and so we're trying not to rely too much on taxes for the materials that we are disposing of, with the intent that that is a user-pay system, and it hopefully discourages people from throwing things out and more encourages them to try and divert it. So I think that's I think that's probably.
Okay, Director Fike, do you have a supplemental?
Yeah, I do. I guess if the goal of the RDCK is to zero waste, I guess there's much to consider. But my supplemental question would be, I absolutely agree with doubling the charge for mixed waste if there's 10% organics. From the point of view of somebody sitting at the waste scale, given that trucks come in with bagged garbage, how are you going to assess or call somebody out for 10% organics?
Chair again. For the most part, what we're going to use this as an educational tool, and where we see this being the most effective is large bins, so not necessarily bagged garbage. So, for example, loads from grocery stores and such. We have a lot of them that we've been engaging with that are like, we already do organic subversions. We have farms come and pick our materials up. You see their loads come to the sites, and they're sloppy organic messes. So they're that this would be a tool to kind of work with those that really do have they're near a location that does the organics diversion, but we have the 5 sites that do that. That's where this will be used and more of an educational tool. Like at present, we don't intend to be opening up garbage bags.
Okay, well, thank you, Amy. We have to move along. And I'll just read out the list that I have here so you're aware there are people on the list that haven't spoken yet. And that is Director Zelznick and Director Davidoff. And then we have in the boardroom, Director Jackman and Director Page. So go ahead, Director Zelznick.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair to staff. On page 6, under 3.0 problems or opportunity description, on 1, 2, 3 down, as the free yard and garden events are well utilized, and then you go down to the very bottom. It says here, these numbers were derived from revenues collected, total tonnages received, including 3 months, as well as materials managed costs. Most notably, grinding at an average cost of approximately $62,000 a year. So is that including the wood waste you were grinding and the clean wood?
The chair, that's just the yard and garden. The clean wood, we're in the hundreds of thousands for the wood waste. And the yard and garden was great, but he's another year.
Okay, so that is separate. So another question I got then, I was trying to figure it out. Right now, our village is we pay about $53,000 a year for to the RDCK for our taxation, and it's going to go up to 8%, which goes to $57,000. I'm just trying to figure out where that goes for. Is that for administration, and how does Ashinya handle every load that goes there? Is every load is separated as each comes from each community, and that I'm trying to confuse. And is Ashinya big enough to handle the amount of waste that's coming? And how are they going? I know it's just going to go into a landfill, compacted, and everything else. Another one I'm worried about is the wood waste. It has to be in 4-foot chunks now, and is that because of the bins? It won't fit. And for the long wood, good wood, it's 8 feet. So I'm kind of confused how you would get that into a bin if you want the wood waste to be 4 feet. And I'm wondering if there's an incentive. People are going to look at this and say there's really no incentive to sort the clean wood waste from the wood waste. I mean, there is a little bit, 10%. I wonder if we should just leave the rate as it is, or even lower it for an incentive to help the costs here. So I'm going to leave it there.
Questions. So through the chair, 4 feet is what we were intending to help the contaminated wood waste that'll be placed with the mixed waste to not fill up the bins in awkward ways and create a lot of airspace so that we can have the most efficient collection and hauling possible. The clean wood waste at somewhere like Nakusp or other transfer stations that stockpile it would remain on site. So that one doesn't have a definition requiring that length. The definition is more so that it would, with the measurements associated with clean wood waste is purely so that it's manageable for the grinder. If something's a nice long piece of wood, hopefully people will keep it and reuse it for its intended purpose. The material that comes to Udashania is coded from the transfer station it's directed from. So when we have stuff come from Slocan or Roseberry or Nakusp, that all is noted in a transfer code. So when we look at the data from Udashania, we can see where it came from, not the particular municipality, but the transfer station it was collected from. And
I think the other question was about the use of the taxation. I think that was discussed in various reports and levels before. A big portion of it is the recycling program. In your case, I understand you have a curbside, but it's augmented by our depot at the transfer station, and it's augmented by accepting commercial fiber-based cardboard. So that is a big portion. We have various other programs. We know that we subsidize the yard and garden waste portion. All of these pieces of waste diversion programs that we have in place, including the administration of that, is paid through the taxation.
And through the chair, there was one other, you asked also about whether or not Udishinia had the capacity for this waste. So Udishinia, the waste that Udishinia gets from Central and West combined is in the 20,000 range. And Nakusp is under 2,000. I think it was around 1,700. So it's not a significant jump to the overall annual volumes. And with the optimized footprint that was approved as part of the resource recovery plan, we have a 90, well, it depends on where we start, around a 90, like we have a number of decades. It went from that 45 to around 90-year time frame. And that was without factoring, and that was including the intention of getting the Nakusp material, actually even sooner than we'll be starting to move it there. And that was not including organic, like significant organics diversion or any organics diversion. So, or other diversion programs that come up, such as maybe mattresses and other things that are pretty bulky. So, you know, we have capacity at Udishinia would be the short answer.
Yeah, just to augment that, this year, admittedly an exceptional year, but between waste, regular waste, soils, septic, and if we count wood waste into it, we are closer to 50,000 tons that we receive at Udishinia, just to put it in perspective.
This year.
Well, thank you, Steph.
Yeah.
We'll move along, Director Zelznick. If you want me to put you on the second time speakers list, I will, if we haven't answered your questions. And we'll come back to you after Director Lockwood when we get through the first time speakers. Director Davidoff, you're next. And if you can maybe remove your hand from your screen there or whatever, so I, thank you. Or is that Director?
Yeah.
Nobody still.
Okay,
Oh,
Chair.
that was Director DeBoon. So go ahead, Director Davidoff. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay, but I can barely see you. That moonlight that you have there or whatever is pretty dim.
I'll brighten it up. Okay, so my question has to do with we're looking at a 312%, using the staff recommended 3-year plan. We're looking at an increase in the rubble waste of 312%, wood waste of 211%, change like in a 1 year period. How do our rates compare to other municipalities, regional districts in BC? Ultimately, our goal here is after 3 years is $193 mixed waste and wood waste and rubble waste charge per ton. How are we comparable to everybody else? Are we an anomaly? Are we in the middle of the pack? Are we, where are we? Through the chair.
Okay, we'll get Manager Wolf to answer that question. Go ahead.
This was actually answered as part of the efficiency study and report that you received. It spoke about that we are on the higher end of user fee, but that we are as well on the higher end of service delivery in regards to the network that we have in place and services that we provide.
Okay, supplemental, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so that's the question we're going to be answering. Those are the questions that we're going to be dealing with when our constituents ask us about what we do here. And I'm just looking at this and I'm saying, like, can you soften it as Director Main suggested over a 5-year period? But this is a pretty heavy duty increase, and we're going to be asked a lot of questions. So I guess my supplemental question is, why is staff recommending the 3-year instead of the 5-year? Through the chair.
Yes.
Through the chair, sorry, just to back up a tiny bit, one thing too, when you look at comparing costs of other districts, I think it's really important to notice that other districts have different expenses, not just the network of their service level, but some districts have a mill nearby that takes their wood waste as biofuel, or like that everybody, there's a lot of different factors involved in what the cost of operating is. So just to keep that in mind. The reason why we put forward the 3-year was simply to get us to our intended rate sooner, with less chance. So one, it will increase the revenues to match our expenses sooner, and reduce the taxation burden to cover those costs. There's less risk of inflation not kind of leapfrogging over the rates that we're proposing. And as I mentioned, though, those rate increases are separate from what's already in the budget. So, I mean, it's really a decision of this committee as to what they feel prepared to take out to the community.
And one of the things the efficiency study pointed out as well, that's unique to us as a regional district, is that with our 3 sub-regions, we act is effectively from an administrative perspective, like 3 separate regional districts. That adds to the administrative cost, and that was identified. And in fact, that is something we hope to have further discussion with the directors over this topic in the upcoming year.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Director
Chair.
David.
Thank you.
If you have further questions, I can put you on a second time speaker list, but if you're good with that, we'll move right on. But just to let you know, if in the report, we have option 1, which is 3 years, and we can always move option 2, which is 5 years, if the directors so choose. But go ahead, Director Jackman.
Yes, thank you. I have a cutting question. That's my bad humor of the day. Director Zelsman touched on it already. Always encourage separation, especially in any wood product, as opposed to construction demolition waste, because that's expensive, and always encourage clean wood separation. In the winter, normally you find a lot of construction sites have a little campfire going, because that's, yes, don't put tar contaminated, don't put tree, don't this, don't do that. However, the 4-foot cutting down to 4 feet, that is potentially a lot of work. People were deconstructing the house and stripping roof sheeting and a bit of asphalt contamination. Cutting 4-by-8 sheets of plywood down 4 feet isn't practical. And I just wondered how negative the impact on the beams are stacking it in. A lot of houses have trimmed their 9-foot stud walls, plates, common enough. 2x10 joists tend to be 16 footers because you can't stand more than 15 foot, whatever, with 40 case out residential. 1 cut to make it 8 feet, 3 cuts to make it 4 feet. I can see a lot of burn piles starting to contain contaminated 2x10 treated deck joists and contaminated roof sheeting with tar and contaminated this and that. So I mean, it's written up one way now, cut it all to 4 feet, but I wonder how practical that is, what impact that's going to have. That is a lot of work as opposed to loading the trailer with longer, and all the trailers are bigger. An 8-foot construction demolition trailer, the least you're going to see most of them are 14 or 16 feet long, and they happily take 8-foot nuts.
So, Todd, did you want to respond to that?
To the chair, I think really we'll have some supplemental comments on this, but the 4-foot was recommended by one of our most experienced operator at Groman. And Groman is, it's our busiest site, and they don't do any stockpiling of anything there other than yard and garden. So I think that is a very much a conservative to try and maximize bin space. I think how that will play out on the ground will, with the various sites, there will be discretion. So it's not, I don't know that it's necessarily always going to be demanding, like rejecting a 6-foot piece. If it's fitting well into the bin, But I think like a lot of things in the bylaw, you write it, it's something that if you need to enforce it, you've got it, and that people are giving that consideration.
So can I follow up on this? And first starting with a question to Claude. So for contaminated wood, we have the 4 foot by what?
I think it's maximum 4 foot dimension. I don't think it goes beyond that.
Oh, okay, so it's not like in the clean wood with the 2 feet by 2?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then move for the follow.
Okay, Director Jackman,
Nope, that's all good. See, you have struggle at the dipping sites.
thank you. Director Page.
Thanks. I touched on this once before around business licensing, and I do think it's interesting that having conversations with CastleGuard, really articulating the regulatory options that might be available to the municipalities, and then potentially asking as a committee for those to be built into the business licensing and the major community business license, such that retail is told, you can't hold this license and sell the banned yard waste types, or the contractors can't use the banned version of those. I think we could conceive of a fairly narrow piece of language, and I think there is regulatory tools there. And I think if we were to articulate that in detail while having this conversation with CastGuard, it's an ask we could put to the towns and cities and villages, and that just to see if we could get some uniformity there, so that the Hippersons and the Negrios are not actually selling those pieces, because it is going to have an impact, and it's not on the shelf, it's not a problem. But obviously they're narrow, very narrow in terms of, anyway, that's my feedback.
So, I guess that there was not a question in there, was there, Director Page, or I didn't recognize it?
I know it's being written, so.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment too, over the next 3 months, and this is to Director Jackman's point as well. And I was just on the phone with Bill today at Groman, because he's coming up with, concerns with certain things. I think over the next 3 months, we're gonna learn some lessons about how things are actually gonna play out on the ground, because, we've got our requirements that we've designed in the office here, but on the site, we're gonna learn some other things. So I think we definitely have a soft rollout of some of these things. And then if it's not practical, what we've written, then we have an opportunity over the next 3 months to make another amendment to something that actually will work. So, and that's what, we're committed to working with Bill and the other operators to make sure that we're not writing up something that's impossible, because if it is impossible, then it's just not going to work, and it won't be, it's just not going to fly.
And Amy, go ahead.
Yeah, just I guess from a staff perspective too, we don't love the idea of landfilling all this wood waste, but we kind of reached a point of max capacity with our sites and our currently available options. And so I just really want to make sure that this is, as staff, we kind of see this as an interim solution to fix our current problem, but we're still in the process of investigating other options for this. And Todd has been doing a lot of work on biochar and a number of other opportunities, and we'll continue to investigate those and see if there is an opportunity to make this a more viable diversion. So that's just, I want to clarify, it's not our intention. This will be just how we'll practice moving forward. We will continue to look for other viable options that are not currently available to us.
Thank you. Director Hewitt.
Thank you to the chair. One of the benefits of going later on is people have asked a lot of my questions, but I have a clarifying question. A lot of people have touched on the rate of the increase in the fees. My question is, either way, we need to recover the cost. So it's either going to be through the user pay system and at an increased rate, or we're going to reduce that user pay amount or spread it out further, but then it's going to go on taxation. So one way or another, we're going to pay for it. So it's just which is more, we have to decide which is more palatable to us, the user pay or taxation, which spreads it to everybody. Is that correct? So we're paying one way or another.
Correct, unless we drop services or sites or something, unless we drop expenses, we need these revenues to balance.
Okay, well, thank you. We'll go to second time speakers, met by Director Lockwood, Director Watson, and then we'll have to cut the debate and go down to the recommendations that are there, either option 1 or option 2.
Chair. Also, first time speaker.
Second time?
First time.
First time. No, I had you, you did speak.
No, I asked. Didn't I compliment?
We will put you on a second time speakers list after Director Watson. Director Lockwood, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to go back to the clean waste. We're looking at ways of, I hear that we have this massive amount of clean waste that we've found. And is there any way of us relooking at how people can reuse that we possibly house the 2x4s? And the reason I'm saying that is because you can go on Facebook at any time and people are always looking for, does anybody have an extra piece of drywall? Does anybody have an extra like 2x4 or something like that? We are encouraging people to cut this wood down smaller, the clean waste, I'm not talking the waste, the contaminated waste. I get that. I don't know why we're not cutting that down too, but I think that we need to look at how do we make people say, here, this waste, this is all, and we're not asking people not to pay for dropping off their clean waste, but it gives them an opportunity to get it out of their yard, to clean up whatever they're doing, but it also gives other people opportunity to get it back. So it's not a question, it's just a thought, not a question, but it is something that I'm not sure why we're not looking at how we can recycle it inside of our community again. But I'm gonna go back to the yard and garden. I understand that people come with trucks and trailers, although we sit at this table and we talk about reducing GHGs. Is that person coming with a truck and trailer coming from 6 different homes, gone around, collected in their community, and is bringing up, instead of 6 trucks coming up, is bringing up for 6 households? So making it that it has to be restricted to a certain size is encouraging more trucks to come up, because all 6 of those guys don't want to pay, if you follow where I'm going with that, in that one.
We are not restricting it. We are removing a definition for a large load. We are not restricting a large load.
Did that answer your question?
No.
Sure. Can I add to that?
Yeah, so, go ahead.
So what you're describing with 6 households going in on that, it's going to be cheaper because they're paying by ton or per cubic meter, one load versus paying maybe a minimum charge on something else. So I don't think that's going to have that cost impact for a scenario like that. Bringing large loads is more efficient.
I'm talking about during the free 2 months.
Okay.
Which is not free, but we're going to use the word free.
Yeah.
I'm talking about that. When we say, oh, it's going to cost you if you do it over that, then those 6 people during the 3 months are going to say, don't worry about it because I'm not going to pay extra. I'll just bring my truck. So I'm hoping that I'm being a little bit more clear, is that we want to encourage more people to work together. And if they bring it during the 3 months, they bring it during the 3 months. But we want to encourage people to use less vehicles and bring it.
Thank you, Director Lockwood. I think it's noted by staff or whatever, and we've been at this discussion for over an hour and covered that ground quite a few times with a different version. Now, your version is greatly appreciated. So I've got Director Watson, go ahead.
Yeah, super quick through the chair, just to, Director Page, you mentioned the business licensing. Just note, we don't have business licensing in rural areas, so any of those businesses that would be selling those products would not be prohibited in the rural areas. So it does create a bit of a discrepancy. That's it.
Thank you. We're getting, to the end of this. I've got Director Newell for the second time. If you wish to speak.
Yes, speaking in favor of the 3-year schedule, and of course that the yard and garden thing is at $6 is an unbelievably good deal, so we won't go into that, and I'm not going to talk about that. But it could be $10 and people are still getting a good deal. I'd like to speak on the taxation. My friends who go to the transfer station once a month, once every 3 weeks, are furious at any concept that taxation would subsidize garbage. They recycle, they compost, and now with Groman open, they can take their organics to Groman, and they go once a month. So it's irresponsible on our part to in any way, shape, or form use taxation to support people's taking stuff to the transfer station or garbage. It has to be fully user paid. We need to do it on a 3-year schedule and get to that balance point where we can then make decisions regarding inflation and asset management and all of those other things. So I speak strongly in favor of a 3-year plan and no subsidy, ultimately.
Okay, thank you, Director Newell. I was going to say,
I didn't move it, did I?
no, I've got one more speaker, then I'll ask for somebody to move either option 1 or option 2. So Director
I was
Mays,
going to make a motion.
go ahead.
I move option 2, the 5-year.
Do we have a seconder for option 2, the 5-year plan? Online, any seconder? I will second. Oh, okay, we've got Roger. The Director Attorney seconded. Now we're opening it up for discussion.
And sorry, can we just clarify, because we have 5 motions in here. We are currently discussing motion 3 with a 5-year schedule, not the one in the agenda, just so we know that there's 4 other motions to go through.
That is correct. Like what I was going to do was, if it's option 2, we'd go through all the recommendations in option 2, which is basically a repeat of 1, 2, and 3, and then the other ones will be different. So, option 2, according to the report, we'll go through the other motions. So, we have a resolution on the table, which is option 2, which is a 5-year plan. It's been seconded. I'm asking for discussion. Director Newell.
Oh, we vote against that. I speak strongly in opposition to it, as I stated earlier.
Okay. Director Vanderberg.
Thank you, through the chair. Listening very well to all of this, been participating in all of this. Believe that the user pay, getting to what it really costs is important. Do not support 5-year. I'd be going for 3.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Online? Any further discussion? I'll put myself on the speaker list. And I would support option 5. And the reason I would support option 5 is if we go with option 3, which is immediate increases in the 3-year period, being in a rural area and an area.
Yeah, Claire, I think no one knows what there's not an option 5.
You're talking about
option
5-year plan.
Yeah, the 5-year plan. Option
Recommendation 5?
Sorry.
No, option 2.
I will clarify. We have a 3-year plan, which is option 1, according to the report, and we have a 5-year plan for the increases, which is option 2. We are now talking on what's being moved, which is the 5-year plan, which is option 2. And we've heard one speaker that opposes that. We had another speaker that opposes that, prefer option 3. And the idea is, if you're not comfortable with that, defeat option 2 and then have somebody move, option one, and we'll discuss that. I'm on the speakers list right now because I didn't see anybody else either online or at the board table speaking on option one or option two. Myself, I would, and I have Director Page on the speakers list after myself. I would support option two, which is a 5-year plan. And a couple of reasons that I would support is one, being a director in the rural area, if we do real high increases in the first 3 years, that would encourage people taking up their garbage up in the bush and dumping them in the bush. And what generally happens is, being a rural director, we have very conscientious people that will go out and do a cleanup, but they want a grant, and I have supplied grants to do that. So, that's one of the reasons. And the other reason is, rather than taking a steep incline and then kind of leveling it out, I would prefer to have a gradual incline, and that way it's not that much of a shock to my residents. So I've got Director's Page that will prepare to speak on this recommendation.
I'm for 3 year.
I have a question.
We're talking about option two, the 5-year plan.
I think we want to set it in for 3 years. I think we want to reevaluate it in 3 years, and I think we need to get that balance point, because anything we don't take from fees, we're taking from taxes. And so the worker pays that fair pay regardless. So
Okay, question.
We still have the speakers list here. Can I carry any questions?
Challenge the chair.
Okay. So a question has been called, and the question is whether we conduct a vote or continue discussion. All in favor of continuing discussion?
When you call the question to the board is, are you in favor of calling the vote, not continuing discussion? You need a 2/3 vote.
2/3 should call.
Yeah, my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're the chair of the board. When a person calls the question, the question being called according to Robert's Rules of Order is whether we continue the discussion or cease discussion and go to a vote.
When you call the question is, are we taking the vote? So that is what you're asking the board. Are we taking the vote now? Yes would be a 2/3 vote. Or sorry, you need a 2/3 vote. So if it's no at 2/3, you continue debate. If it's yes, you call the vote.
Okay.
Can I throw out a point of order?
Go ahead. So,
No, okay.
No, you need to finish this process.
Okay. Okay.
okay, so who's in favor of
Calling the vote.
calling the vote? Opposed?
You look online?
And online? Nobody opposed.
So you're calling the vote?
So we're going to the vote.
What are we
What are we
going
voting for?
We're going on.
So now can I do my point of order?
Oh, okay.
I just wanted for clarity, I think rather than saying that we're generally voting on option 2, that we're voting on recommendation 3 in option 2. Because option 2 isn't a resolution. It's the one we're voting on is just one of the resolutions under option 2.
No, you called all 5 as a block.
Well, adoption of a thing, it can't be, right? Adoption cannot be done as a block, is that correct?
Thank you, Director Hewitt. Thank you, Director Hewitt. I have considered your point of order.
Okay.
Chair point of order.
No, that's all I was
Well, just let me respond to the first point of order. So we're getting a little bit of a quagmire here, and we will eventually work it through.
Yeah.
I'm not always right, and I stand to be corrected if I'm wrong. But the way I read the report gives option 1 with the 5 recommendations under option 1. The report reads option 2 with all 5 recommendations up under option 2. My direction that I intend to take is, if option 2 is supported, then we'll take each recommendation in order. Because they are to do with bylaws, we cannot move them as a block from what I understand. And I stand to be corrected, I could be wrong, but right now, we're voting on option 2, the 5-year plan, period. So All in favor of option
Chair,
two?
point of order.
Yes, point of order, Director Davidoff, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Whatever we're voting on, I'd like it to be read so that everybody understands what we're voting on. Thank you, Chair.
I think it's good time to check in with your secretary if they know what we moved, because they're the ones. Emma, do you know what motion we moved?
My understanding was that you moved, recommendation 3, option 2, recommendation 3, that's what I understood.
Okay.
I was gonna come back and check.
Okay, so we moved recommendation number 3 and option 2.
Please read it out.
Okay, so we've got that clarified. Okay, all in favor?
Director Davidoff would like it read.
Okay, yeah, Director Davidoff, go ahead.
No, you read it. As chair, just read the motion.
Okay, can you read the motion?
Option 2, recommendation 3.
Yes.
That the Resource Recovery Facilities Regulatory Amendment Bylaw number 3011/2025 with updated tipping fees aligned with the proposed tipping fee cost recovery objectives on a 5-year schedule be read a first, second, and third time by consent to amend Resource Recovery Facility Regulatory Bylaw number 2961/2024.
Is that clear?
Yes, thanks, Chair.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Defeated?
Chair? I'd like to move option 1 as a block, all 5 recommendations. I believe in committee we can do that, and then at board they'll be dealt with individually.
I have Director.
And it's seconded? Okay.
Thank you. The call for addition of recommendation 5 is superfluous and not only binds future budget discussions, but potentially future board. So I feel option 5 does not belong. The first 2 options are either 1 bylaw readings and adoption, 5 is the block. Recommendations 1 and 2 pertain to a bylaw and they're fine as a block. Recommendations 3 and 4 pertain to a bylaw and they're fine as a block. Recommendations 5, I believe, is superfluous, and I call for it to be removed from the block of division.
Do we have to vote on division?
Yes, I believe so.
On division as suggested by Director Jackman.
I would ask the parliamentarian to say whether or not option 5 belongs to the recommendation 5 belongs to the.
I'm having a sidebar conversation here and I can't hear you, Director Jackman.
The parliamentarian, which the CAO is online, to rule recommendation 5 doesn't pertain to the passing of the 2 bylaws we need to pass. It is the future direction beyond the scope of this committee. So that's why I want to remove that. I'd hear Stuart's support or rejection.
So now you're talking about recommendation 5 on the agenda.
Can I
not
just
in the
amend my
report.
motion? I meant to say I'd like to move recommendations 1 to 4 as a block and then deal with recommendation number 5 separately. I misspoke and I wonder if the seconder would support my mistake.
I think that's fine.
Thanks very much. Sorry about that, Chair.
You were getting muted, so you might want to let him speak.
So we're getting to a little bit of a quagmire here.
Now, moved and seconded.
And you have staff, Stuart's waiting to speak.
Yeah, we have Stuart waiting to speak. Go ahead, Stuart.
Through the chair, if Director Newell's change to his motion removed recommendation 5, then you can just proceed on that manner. It doesn't matter.
On the question?
Okay, question. Second. Okay, what are we voting on?
Recommendations 1 to 4 was my motion, Chair.
1 to 4
1.
In the agenda
Yeah.
or on the board report?
Through the chair?
Okay, we've got Amy here.
Apologies, both the recommendation 3 and option 1 and 2, the very last, when it references bylaw 2961, that should be 2025, not 2024, so apologies, please.
Thanks, that's not deemed an amendment.
Okay, your motion again, Director Newell.
Recommendations 1 through 4 and option 1.
And we have a seconder.
It's been seconded.
with the correction noted in option or recommendation number 3, it's 2025, not 2024. Okay, got that?
Yeah.
All in favor? Okay, and it looks like we've got a majority. Yes, it passes.
Yep, all opposed.
Anybody opposed?
Like me.
Dr. Main?
And fight.
And Fight, could I have my vote recorded, please?
No, not in committee.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're looking at,
I'd like to move recommendation number 5 in option 1.
move seconded discussion. Director Jackman, Director Cunningham.
I feel it's unnecessary and inappropriate, even if you remove such a recommendation, it would be a draft tipping fee increase to a future budget. I don't need to.
Director Cunningham.
Very.
Any further discussion? All in favor? 2, 3, 4. Opposed? Defeated? Okay, moving on. Any more recommendations?
That's it for that item.
Okay.
The best to take care of. Great.
Directors, we will take an afternoon break. And we come back at 22.
We're saying this.
03.
We're saying this 2025 letter per second.
Directors online, we're going to start our meeting here. Okay, so for the directors online, I believe Amy posted what was passed, and according to our agenda, recommendation number 5 was defeated. So we're moving forward to the next item on the agenda, and that is item number 4, Environmental Monitoring Program Contract Award, all areas. And I'll ask staff to open on that recommendation.
Thanks, and through the chair. Environmental monitoring programs, EMPs, are a standard regulatory requirement for landfill facilities. They must be conducted by qualified professionals. Annual EMP work has been conducted at all active and many former RDCK landfills since the early 2000s. The existing contract for the monitoring, sampling, and reporting associated with the RDCK's EMPs expires on March 31st, 2025, and does not allow for any additional extensions. Historically, the RDCK has managed a separate service agreement for lab services. This contract expired on December 31st, 2024. Staff issued a request for proposals in October 2024 for provision of the monitoring, sampling, and reporting associated with the EMPs, with an option to also include laboratory services as part of this contract, as often consultants are able to get some preferential laboratory pricing. One thing to note regarding the existing and proposed contract dates is that while the existing contract extends until March 2025, this is for reporting activities only. The award date of this new contract is scheduled for the end of January, which overlaps with the existing contract, to allow for field and lab services that need to occur in the first quarter of 2025. And then similar to the last contract, the end date extends slightly past the 3-year mark for reporting activities only. This will ensure that all field activities performed by the consultant are reported on by the same consultant. 4 proposals were received and scored using an evaluation matrix that was included as part of the RFP. Mass Environmental Consultants was the highest ranked and by far the lowest cost proposal. Mass is a Nelson-based consulting firm who has conducted the routine annual EMP work for the RDCK since 2016. They are familiar with all aspects of the program and the challenges associated with each site and have a proven track record of providing high-quality service to the RDCK. As part of their proposal, Mass included a cost comparison for 2 accredited laboratories. As the quotes provided from each lab were almost identical, Mass recommended using ALS, who is the current laboratory services provider, for consistency of service. Staff conducted a cost analysis to compare the pricing of keeping the EMP and lab service contracts separate with the lab portion managed in-house versus having Mass subcontract the lab services as part of the EMP contract. The costs to manage the lab services in-house were based on the fees from the most recent RDCK lab contract with rates set in 2023, estimating a 3% markup to account for inflation since then, and an additional 5% contingency to account for sampling of wells and or surface water locations that may have been dry or inaccessible last year. The estimated cost for Mass to provide lab services under this contract includes a 3% administrative markup on the ALS lab fees. However, Mass was able to acquire some preferential pricing for some analyses compared to the RDCK's rates with ALS. The estimated annual savings of managing the laboratory services contract in-house is only about $700. This is based purely on the estimated lab fees with Mass's markup and does not account for in-house costs associated with staff time for an additional procurement, contract management, invoicing, as well as Joint Resource Recovery Committee time, as a separate lab contract would need to be brought to the board for approval to award. The efficiency of having Mass subcontract the lab will allow staff more time to focus on EMP refinements for upcoming applications to amend outdated operational certificates, as opposed to spending it on procurement and contract management. As such, staff recommend awarding the EMP contract to Mass Environmental Consultants and allowing Mass to subcontract ALS Canada for laboratory services under this contract. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? Director Jackman.
Yeah, thanks. The report speaks to being able to adjust the numbers of tests over the years. We've been testing the Preston landfill site, multiple wells for many years, and we've always seen improved water quality, groundwater quality. So not necessarily to change the testing schedule for this quarter or next quarter, but when would staff contemplate it may be appropriate to reduce the frequency of testing with a number of wells, not necessarily the frequency, either or, of testing in Creston landfill, so maybe we can reduce the cost over at least a portion of the next 3 years.
Through the,
You want to respond? Yeah, can we get you to respond, Heidi?
yeah, through the chair. The Creston landfill, right now, we're waiting on the criteria exception application for the liner exception. And so I don't think we would make any changes to the EMP at that site until we've had those conversations with the ministry. And that application is on hold still because we're waiting for to acquire the buffer lands that are needed as well for that application. And so, yeah, I don't think we would be making any changes until we find out if we're going to be exempted from that liner, the liner requirement.
Follow up, Chair.
Yes,
Thanks.
go ahead.
So, it's not cheap in the cost compound. Certainly, I'd love to see the sign off, get the buffer lands, get that done. It all comes down to more money every year. My other concern was, and I understand, how you explained how, trying to get one contract in place and starting with January versus March 31st. But in effect, if we sanction your resolution contract for 3 years and 2 months with 2 one-year extensions, this is the question that emailed previously, does that create an issue? Because we are entering into an arrangement that would have a contract that potentially exceed 5 years.
Through the chair, we have been investigating terms for contracts for the landfill operations contract that we're under development right now. And the recent communication from him is that we can go up to 10. Stuart, I don't know if you're still on the line. Do you know if the limitations on terms of the contracts?
Sorry, through the chair, the way the contract wording has extensions built in, I believe that the term is actually the first couple of years and then the extensions are added on. So it actually doesn't, those extensions wouldn't be included as part of the contract. If it was a flat 5-year contract, then that would be one issue, or 5 years and 2 months, for example. But the fact that the extensions are there, I believe we're fine on this term.
Thanks. Thank you.
Dr. Schmank?
Thank you, through the chair. Is that what's the, I'm trying to get an understanding of what's the cost for the testing?
The chair, which portion are you, the sampling or the laboratory analysis?
Well, whatever is being contracted out through Massey.
So through the chair, they collect the samples and send it to the lab, and so that's part of their costs, and then the lab costs are identified separately.
And what are those lab costs annually?
Heidi, do you have that offhand?
It's approximately $55,000 per year in total. I believe last year was a bit less because we had a lot of dry locations.
Yeah, supplemental.
And that is, there was noted, I believe, by staff, if I interpreted comments correctly, a 3% markup. But does that include the GST or PST flow through as well? So, I'm just curious if it's a 3% or 15%. I'm not sure if it's PST subject or not.
Yes, go ahead.
I believe all of these costs were excluding GST.
And PST? Is it subject to PST?
And PST?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you want to respond? Okay, we're good. Any more questions? And
Yeah, I just had a quick.
Director Deal, go ahead.
because we've got a lump sum for 3 years and there's extensions, are they prorated cost extensions of cost, or would that be a new negotiation that might come to the board for final approval?
Through the chair, almost all of our multi-year contracts have annual adjustments built into the clauses. This one, I believe, has a annual CPI adjustment. And then any extensions we would discuss with the contractor if they're willing to enter into the same terms and conditions, or if they have a request. If they have a significant request, we'll come back. And otherwise, if they're keeping the same terms and conditions, depending on the value for the year, we won't be able to just keep it.
Thank you. Yeah, that's.
Director Lockwood, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. Mine is more on dates. When I read the contract, it said January the 30th, 2025. But I'm just not understanding why we need to have the 2 months overlap. Just so for my own understanding.
Yep, through the chair. So the existing contract, the field activities portion of it ended at the end of December. Right now, the consultant is only allowed to do the follow-up reporting from last year's field activities.
So then the contract actually reads January 30th instead of 31st, and I'm not sure. And that was, I think, on the first page under C.
Thank you. So we have Director Vanderberg.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. So Heidi, just for clarity for me, because I'm a little bit of a learner here, I'm on page 1 of the report. And so you have it broken out on a 3-year contract, and I'll talk about S186, that's the East Resource, 139,000 and some change. And a little bit further down, the compost service at 18,009. Those are the relative numbers that we're talking about, correct? And that is a reflection of a 3% increase over the last term. Is that correct?
Yes, go ahead.
Those numbers are based on our recommendation to proceed with mass. So it's based on the prices in their proposal.
Sorry, if I may add, this is a new tender, so there's a new tender price, and that's where these costs are coming from.
Thank you. So a supplemental, if I go ahead. Where in the report that I'm missing was the last tender? How much has this gone up?
I didn't do a cost comparison of how much the rates went up. I know mass was by far the cheapest of the proposals that were submitted. They're quite affordable as far as environmental consultants go these days.
Amy might have the answer for you.
Well, I don't have a percentage because they were all a little bit different, but through the chair, I did go through and update all of the budgets. So these values are reflected in the budgets that we saw. And so when I went through and updated them, each subregion had only between a few hundred and maybe a few thousand. I don't, Blaine or Heidi, I don't recall if you know any further details, but they are an increase, but they're not a significant increase over the previous contract.
Okay, because this is not in there, that information, thank you, Amy, for that, because maybe it went up 25, 30,000, don't know. But, and that's relative to me. That's relevant, rather. So I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Okay, further questions? Seeing no further questions, we have a recommendation. Does someone wants to move the recommendation? Director McFadden, Director Schmenck seconds it. Further discussion? See, we'll call the vote on it. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Seeing no opposition, it's carried. We're moving on to number 5, Industrial, Commercial, and Institutional Organics Collection Pilot Program. Supports and disposal ban investigation. So maybe we'll ask staff to open up on that one.
Hello, yeah, through the chair, everyone. So this report and project is a proposed pilot program to provide some financial and implementation support for commercial organic waste generators in the central subregion, but potentially as well more broadly. So, summarized in the report is a proposed one-year tipping fee subsidy for commercial organic waste. So this would be reducing our tipping fee for organic waste brought to our facilities by commercial haulers from $96.75 to $55 a ton. Within the pilot program is also some communication program development and delivery for commercial organic waste generators, and a rebate program for containers for back of house and hauler collections, so basic bins. The financial support components estimated around 1,200 or 12,500. If all the rebates were accessed, there's a proposal for $400 rebates for bins. So just a little bit of background on the project and the proposal for this. We've been working to advance the industrial, commercial, institutional sector organic waste diversion for the past 2+ years. This particular initiative has really been developed through the work with the Nelson and District Chamber of Commerce over the past 6 months or so, with some lessons learned from recent similar efforts in the regional district boundary, where Resoure was able to catalyze some momentum and set up a pilot collections service with GFL Environmental at sort of like a subsidized rate that GFL has provided them. So we were looking to replicate their model in our communities. We've been working with the Nelson Chamber as they've been able to build a relationship there, find some traction with that group, to connect with businesses and find interested restaurants and operations that would be interested in receiving collections services. So the model is a 1 yard weekly, 1 yard front load collection at a weekly rate. In our UKB, where their current tipping fee for organics is $55 a ton, the service for that is around $200 a month for that weekly collection for those businesses. At our current tipping fee, GFL quoted roughly $300 a month for the exact same service, but because of our tipping fee being higher, there's about $100 cost difference in the service. So the tipping fee reduction would allow GFL to match the pricing that they're providing to their other customers in the RDKB. And it's proposed this take place for a year, allow us to kickstart services where none have begun without these kinds of supports. It is noted that there's effectively zero voluntary commercial organic waste diversion happening at any of our sites based on the current conditions that we have. So this is sort of an attempt to kickstart those services. Changing waste disposal practices for businesses has a lot of barriers. Cost is a big one. Monthly overhead is a big one. In the context of our diversion imperative, needing to keep organics out of the landfill, we see this combination of financial subsidies, communications, technical support, and eventual hypothetical regulation as preferred method for generating participation in organics diversion. So that's sort of the recommendation. One is the pilot program, and then the second recommendation is to direct staff to investigate regulation to prohibit disposal of organic waste in regional landfills. And so this is directing us to look at the suite of options from full-on immediate prohibition of that disposal of that waste stream to things like variable tipping fees or sector-specific regulation. And so the preference is to receive that direction, assess feasibility and options, and bring that back to the committee in the third quarter. I think I'll leave it at that. And are there any questions after this?
Thank you. Are there any questions to staff before I ask to move the recommendation?
I'm on your list.
For questions to staff, okay. Director Watson, Director Cunningham, and Director Jackman are on the list.
And myself.
Director Vanderberg and Director Page. Go ahead, Director Watson.
Thank you, the Chair to Matt. Hi. Two questions. The first one is, I believe from what I read here that the pilot is specific to the city of Nelson. Why would it not include ICI from anywhere within Central Resource? That's my first question, and then I'll have another one so I can separate them. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I think the language there is just a little bit misleading. It says within the city of Nelson, but really it would apply to any operator within the central subregion. So I think go ahead.
Yeah, if I may add to that, there's a certain dependency on the company that provides the service of collecting these bins. They may provide it here in the greater Nelson area, but not in Marblehead, for example. Right? If you have a single bin in Marblehead, they couldn't keep up with the same pricing than they do in the general vicinity of Nelson. So that's why the verbiage right now is very Nelson focused. It is our hope to expand that to other areas, but it is really about creating that nucleus initially that allows the hauler to establish it at a price that's acceptable to ICI customers. So that's the balance we are trying to strike and then build it out from there.
Thank you. So I would not expect this in Marblehead. I would not expect it in Caslow. I would not expect it in Ainsworth. But I was just more articulating that it's ICI isn't only in the city of Nelson. So as long as those that could be provided the service are provided the service, that's great. My second question was just related to the suggestion of the ban. I would assume it's going to relate to those services that, again, are geographically related to accessing the service. So you would not be considering a ban, Castle and North. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Sharon, exactly. The regulation could only apply to those who have access to the diversion options.
Okay.
The diversion.
Sorry, the supplemental on that is just then saying it's in Central is, I know it gets complicated, but it would be all Central because only half of Central can access the service.
Yeah, I think same with the recycling component where it says like the enforcement of that is only happening at facilities that have an organics disposal option.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Director Cunningham.
Yes, thank you. And I understand commercial haulers will be doing it. Will they be taking it to the composting facility of that tunnel? So what is the plan procedure?
For this particular initiative, the logistics right now would be for the hauler to transport to Groman House and go to Groman. For collections within the area of the city of Nelson. If there was someone, I think in Salmo, it would make sense for them to go straight to Salmo in this case. Maybe we're not going east West Central. Salmo's in West. Salmo's in Central. Yeah, so I think if there was an operation in Salmo that is interested in this and there's a hauler willing to provide the service, they would go straight to Salmo. They would go straight to Central office. But that's sort of like the logistics of the hauler.
Yeah, and through the chair, the operator would be allowed to bring it to Groman, or their like GFL is going back to Trail. It might be that it's more efficient for them to drop it off at Central on their way back, then they can do that as well. All the material will get composted at the Central facility.
It seems a little strange that you want to haul these things to Trail because that way, and then if we have a contract with Trail, these are composting facilities.
No, sorry, not to Trail. Their outfit is in Trail, so where they go, where their trucks go back at the end of the day. So if it's more efficient for them to just drop off in Central on their way back to Trail, that they might not, like Groman is, if they're not routing through Castlegar, they might not want to drive up to Groman and wait in the line. They might want to go directly to Central. So essentially they would be able to drop at whatever facility is accepting organics, and all of it, even the new, because they're also doing this pilot in the RDKB for ICI, so that material is also coming to us. All of this ICI material in this pilot will be coming to the Central facility.
Okay, we don't have a procedure in place, or do we have a procedure in place for we usually our composting facility with haulers, or do we have to set that up there? I mean, other than the ones we've already contacted with the boundary and Castlegar.
Through the chair, so currently they would have to come in, if they're going to Central, they would have to come on the Wednesdays or Saturdays when we're open, but we have in the budget to get that automated kiosk. So if we haven't actioned it, but if we have the ICI participating and they're going to be using that facility, that will help to trigger, like our intention is to advance on that because it's also going to help with septic hauling and various things at Central. But that intention is so that way we don't have to have the landfill attendants up there all week. They can come and use approved, contractors can come and use their card and then drop it right off. So they're currently they can bring it on the normal days of operation. The RDKB we have an arrangement with them, and we record their loads throughout the week, but we don't have that with someone else. So until we get, if there's a particular hauler that we have a good relationship with, we might even before the kiosk, we might be able to still accept those loads on a different day within the approved process. But
yeah, thank you, Amy. So moving along, Dr. Jackman. Don't mean to cut you short, Director Cunningham. I can come back to you, but we're clocking along here. Go ahead, Director Jackman.
Yeah, thank you. So, conversation alone. Our portions of Central, KB is an interesting idea. Maybe this is what we have to get industrial commercial interested. However, in the recommendation, I don't know what recommendation we're going to go with, if it's the 2-year pilot or 1-year subsidy or whatever, it mentions that costs to go to service A102, which when you think about it is kind of a legacy allocation service now. But since then, we do have A119 Organics Program East and A120 Organics Central and West Subregion. And I would think that if the board is going to struggle over this, or the committee and then the board, then this should come out of A120 for now. And I'm hoping in the near future, not waiting 2 years for seeing what happens in the greater Nelson area, that East maybe will have its own subsidy program, and we'd only ask for that to come out of A119. So I think it's more appropriate to be A120 for this pilot.
Go ahead, Steph. Who wants to respond?
thank you. So it's split. So the subsidies that are specific to this greater Nelson area are in the central subregion, so S187. The budget that we've allocated to A102 is the resource recovery in general, is because those are for materials that we can utilize for anywhere in the district for the ICI component. So Elaine, maybe, or Matt, if you want to speak to that a little bit about sort of what we've allocated to A102 specifically.
Yeah, so the communications materials, so the kind of delivery of the sorry, let me just get up to speed. I will say that Elaine wrote the report, so yeah.
Do you want to come up, Elaine, and speak to them?
Just so I don't make a mistake on that.
Through the chair, so the A102 costs are for items communications wise that aren't just nothing specific. So there should be some materials that we can basically like plug and play with the next municipality's name and basic information and drop-off locations so that we can roll those out of the water area. So those communication costs are in A102.
So I still think it's more appropriate to leave it under A120 because it can be the same thing. The same approach, but if A119 we decide to not wait 2 years, not use that same communication material, exactly come up with a little different scheme, then we would say put that under A119. I don't understand why it has to be kind of flushed through with A102. Because it is specific to the organics provision, and eventually if we ever want to have organic stand on its own, complicating it through another allocation service won't help us down the road. And I do remember the conversations, especially our large municipalities, that at some point they'd like to basically sell full cost recovery. So why not just stick it in that service right now, so we're not going in and out of another one. Not big bucks, but it's just philosophical. Keep it where it belongs.
Yeah, through the chair, if that's the case, I would suggest we split those costs and share them between A119 and A120, because A119 or the East or the West will also be using the same materials. So anything specific to the central subregion was in that cost we've allocated to S187. Anything that, and so we're not necessarily waiting to use these tools either for when, say, a pilot, if a pilot were to proceed. This is still just regular, like developing the templates and the marketing materials that will help businesses. They don't have to be part of this pilot to utilize those tools. And it's the communication and education tools that we'll use sort of throughout the district. Hence why we put it in the service that covers the entire district.
I would be better with splitting A119 and 120. Keep it under that general portion of our business. Steve, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think your comments noted, Director Jackman. So moving on to Director Vanderberg, or was that McFadden? Did you have your? You were just pointing that in. Thank you.
He was trying to get your attention and it wasn't happening, so I was just doing what you were looking.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, that is, I will actually be mirroring Director Jackman's comments. The pilot, and I'm really interested to know how the pilot will perform. A102, well, in our world, I don't see the advantages of the communication program for A102. I agree it ought to be in A120, and maybe we can negotiate on later down the road how much of that's going to fall over to A119. So again, I will reflect the comments of Director Jackman. I don't believe it ought to be in A102. It should be in A120 for that program. And then later on, we can make an adjustment if we feel that our sub-region ABC and Creston, that we want to take advantage of that, then I think it's, we can have that conversation then.
Thank you. I think it's noted by staff. And we have a recommendation. The recommendation can be amended to reflect what you're saying. So moving on, Director Page.
Okay, if you don't hate me already, you're gonna hate me after this, but I like it. I appreciate the effort and the collaboration with the chamber. I am just brought back to the commercial pilot that Nelson did with Selkirk around the food cycles. Now, I don't want to deride what happens on the residential side with what is possible on the commercial side. And so I would like there to be some consideration in those materials of options and how you can deal with this, that there's also these commercial sized products. They're the size of a washing machine. I think everyone recalls what that product will look like. And Dave, who runs the apprentice kitchen up there for the culinary students, it drastically changes how they deal with their kitchen on a commercial level. It's obviously like the food sectors do at home, which makes everything shelf stable. So it's much nicer to have around the property over the course of the week and the kind of vermin that bring in. So if we're doing communications, potentially even providing lower tonnage, that I would like us to see how we contemplate communicating that we get this pickup from GFL. You could also, talk to food cyclists, see if there's a discount that would be available to the pilot, that these are options that you might want to keep your facility up with. So if we could kind of broaden the scope a little bit and consider those things, I think there are definitely hospitality businesses that would benefit and would leverage that and find to be a preferred option.
Thank you, Director Page. Director Lockwood.
Thank you. I just want to expand on what does restaurant mean. And the reason I'm asking that is because there's a restaurant at the hospital. Does that include that restaurant? Does it include a restaurant in schools? So all of those are included in those kind of things. Does it include the restaurant at the ski hill? Okay.
So the answer to your question is what's yes?
Yeah.
Yeah,
so that the people online can.
The umbrella is ICI, so that industrial, commercial, institutional. So I would say at this juncture, saying commercial, ICI, or spelling that out are synonymous. And industrial and institutional would encompass hospital, kitchens, larger, cafeteria style operations, as well as caterers. So kind of that's a commercial at this juncture is a blanket term for all of those types of operations that basically aren't residential. So absolutely, those if they were interested in the service and that there was a hauler willing and able to provide it, then that would fall under that category for the pilot rate.
Go ahead.
My next question will be, is there an opportunity to be able to look at where there's smaller municipalities such as Salmo? Nobody in Salmo is going to be filling up one of those things I don't know, I never did see where it was, I think once a week they're picking up, twice a month, once a week. So there's nobody that's going to be producing that much for how many people are doing that kind of stuff. So is there any way of doing a group thing where they all pay into one. Is there something like that looking at?
Yeah, through the chair. So that's exactly what kind of spurred this actually is that there's a conglomerate of a few restaurants that share waste disposal services with GFL. And so they're going to share a 1 yard bin. And 1 yard bin is about a third of the size of the typical dumpster, sort of like waste management one out there. So they're relatively small actually. And so a weekly 1 yard collection would meet the needs of say like one restaurant and a small retailer, like food retailer. Adequately, they would be filling that in and be requiring that weekly collection. So it's just is totally up to the operation to coordinate their own waste service and figure that out with the hauler, but there's nothing to say that multiple businesses can't share the service.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Going second time, so Director Cunningham.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Chair, for allowing me the second question. My second question is, what percentage of our waste stream is actually being, the part that goes to the landfill is actually being whittled down? So has any further questions, and does anybody have any idea that with regards to this part of the organics, that if we divert it and turn it into compost, do we have any idea what percentage of our waste stream that will reduce? Just curious.
Anybody in staff wants to?
Are we talking at a full-blown every day or at in the next 3 years? Because I mean, the volume will be relatively low to start with. Like I said, it is really about to kickstart a program. We talked about bin sizes. Ultimately, the ideal program would have curbside type of bins, not 1 yard bins. So, but initially we need to kickstart it at some level, and the volumes will likely, unless we get the grocers with large volumes, will initially be relatively low, and then we go from there. The total amount is depending on business, highly variable, but I think the ICI amount was identified as almost the same as the residential overall. Don't have the tonnages in mind, but was identified as what 40% of all waste is accessible to composting, and it would be fairly similar in the ICI sector to the residential sector in regards to collectible and composting relevant organics.
Thank you. Because there was also mention of actually prohibiting these kinds of things being put into the landfill.
Yeah, you will not see you probably should qualify that. You will not see a 40% diversion. I think if we, on your overall diversion target, if we can get 5% out of our overall waste stream, then we are successful.
Really?
Thank you. Director Page.
I guess I can just wait for the motion to get moved and seconded. I don't think I missed that.
Okay, we have a recommendation on there, and Director Newell, are you moving the recommendation?
I'd like to move option 1.1 in recommendation 1, option 1.1.
But you'll have to read that out. I don't have it in front of me. Or
no, it's the I don't.
The recommendation option pilot.
That one. Okay. So you're moving the recommendation that's in the agenda. Is that it?
Yeah, I guess it's in the report anyway, so it's the same.
Yeah. Okay, do we have a seconder?
I'll speak to it.
We have a seconder. Discussion. Director Page.
Well, I'll speak to it first and then
move her first.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we should move forward with this. It's an opportunity. I spoke with the chamber today, and they've been supporting the businesses, and our people have been talking to them, and the city has been talking to the chamber and businesses. There may be other things and other ways and this and that, but I think when all is said and done, let's do this. Let's get this going. Let's come back this time next year, extend the tipping fee reduction for another year, let it gain momentum, and get our supplies up out at Salmo, and That the city of Nelson will know more, as we learned at the delegation last month, as they're doing a review of their dry rotor thing, and so they don't know if they're continuing with that. So this, with all is said and done, this is the best way to move this important project forward. We're meeting the ICI needs, we're meeting our needs. We can meld with the city of Nelson if they move on to join our organics program. By far the best way to go. So I'll leave it at that, and thanks very much for this. I wasn't expecting it quite this soon. So that's some heavy duty work done.
Thank you, Director Neal. Director Page, would that be a second, or do you want to speak to this?
I'll second, but also seem like it's appropriate.
Yes, go ahead.
Propose the amendment so it can consider separately. So all I would do is I agree with everything Director Neal has said, and I would just amend the D section to add in that we qualify for an appliance. And I think by doing that, it provides flexibility for the chamber and whatever the pilot looks like to provide that as a solution someone was to go after. And I would just keep it at, equal cost. So it could be 2 cards or an equivalent rebate for an appliance. And I think regardless of what happens on the residential side, a commercial unit acts a lot differently and produces the same output.
So your amendment, again, can you either put it in chat or...
So it says 2 organic, I'm not in the chat, I'm in the room. 2 organic waste cards or appliances. So organic.
We need a second on that amendment.
Yeah, just, I want to make sure that I've got the amendment right. Rebates for up to 2 organic waste carts or appliances?
Or processing appliance. I don't know what I really call it.
For the first 25 participating businesses, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, so need a second on the amendment. Roger, the Director Attorney seconds it. Discussion on the amendment.
Yes.
First of all, we'll ask for staff to.
So my concern with this is what we're really trying to do is support GFL's, the first commercial hauler to do this collection. So the funding of the carts is to support that essentially curbside collection or back alley collection for these businesses. I'm concerned that if they don't, or would they still be sending their material, like they still would need a cart to then move into the curbside program. So I'm concerned that that's losing steam for the overall intention of getting a commercial curbside collection by adding in the appliance.
So I've got a speakers list here, and I don't know who was first, whether it was Director Neal or Watson, so I'll go to Dr. Watson.
Thank you. I'll be opposed to the amendment for, first of all, the notes Amy made, and that is not the intention of this program. Second, looking at the ICI is looking at volumes and increasing the volumes because we are not getting the volumes we need for effective feasibility on the system. I would be further concerned that we'd have to reconstitute large volumes by adding in a food cycler on a commercial scale. So I don't support it. I also don't support the equipment aspect of another piece of electronics within the system. So I'm opposed to the amendment.
Okay, thank you. I've got Director Newell and Director McFadden.
I can't add anything to what Director Watson, Chair Watson said. That summarizes it close enough.
Okay, Director McFadden.
I just to touch on what the past 2 directors were saying to staff. I thought that some of the concern is that when we have these dehydrated organics, but then introducing them back into our system is becoming a challenge. So I was wondering, like, I know when we talked about that the volumes really have to do with the hydrated product and not the dehydrated one. That was a challenge for our system. Am I correct to say that?
Well, through the chair, we haven't accepted enough material yet. So what we were concerned about is getting sort of municipal curbside collection volumes of, essentially large truckloads and what that would do to our system. What we've been getting so far from the city of Nelson has been, the volume has been so small that we've just been able to add it in. So it's hard to say what We don't yet know the complications. We've got some ideas of steps that we could require if it is coming in those large volumes. In the small volumes, it's been quite manageable, but we don't know if we start getting commercial loads, would be a similar concern as to how we would manage that in the mix of the raw organics, if we're to have to go separately and more hydration. If it's a small amount, it's similar to what we're at right now, it might not be that much of a problem.
Director May.
Thank you, Chair. I think if our purpose in doing this pilot program is to collect baseline data about how an ICI organics program could work, then it makes sense to keep it simple. You're introducing too many variables all at once. So I would not support the amendment.
I just wanted to point out that while a commercial unit may act somewhat different than the residential, I believe what we have heard from city staff in regards to the food cycle program, that an extension of the program was required in order to prove out the success or non-success of the program. So I believe that at this point, there's not enough information to even say that food cycle is a feasible option for organics diversion. It's, as we know, it's not composting, has various aspects to this. So until we know that in a proven study like you have underway in the city of Nelson, it is for us somewhat risky to go down the route of the food cycle option in addition to the composting program that we are trying to promote. There's as well, I believe, a potential grant option piece to the bins, if I recall that right. We are still working with some of the grantors to potentially do that. We don't know either if that would be forwarded or expanded to a full cycle.
Director Jackman. You're good? As the last speaker, do you want to speak to that, close on that, Director Page?
No, I just put in
We've got an amendment to the existing motion on the floor. It's been first and seconded. We had discussion. All in favor of the amendment? Amendment fails. Back.
Should call a close, Chair. Yeah. If we don't vote, we are assumed to vote in the affirmative. You have to call a close.
I did call. Well, I thought I did.
No.
On the amendment. I'll call for a vote on the amendment.
You called for the vote on the amendment, you didn't call for oppose, that's what you missed.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't understand that.
Yeah.
Anybody opposed? Motion is defeated.
Otherwise, by default, we are in favor.
Yes. Thank you, Director Jackman. Going to be a long meeting here. Anyways, getting back to the main motion. We've got the main motion on the floor.
Can I just get confirmation of the wording of the amendment there?
I'll give it to you. It was ends. Oh, yeah, it was parts 4.
So from my understanding is we have the main motion on the floor.
Equipment for processing.
We had a vote on the amendment. The amendment was defeated. Now we're back to the main motion. It's been moved and seconded. I'm calling for discussion on the main motion. Director Van.
Thank you through the chair. And I do encourage the pilot program as hopeful success, but I am inclined to have an amendment, entertained, and that is for the second and further, and that the allocation service A102 be replaced by A120. More to do with bookkeeping, keeping it clean, and where it is probably most prudent to go.
I'll second for discussion before we discuss it. Yeah. Second.
Okay, so the amendment is to allocation service.
To change allocation service A102 to A120.
120.
Through the chair. That's the case, it should be S-187, because otherwise West is also paying for that. If that's what you're looking to do, is to focus it on the pilot in Central, then I don't know that A120 is the best service for that. It should probably all land in S-187. And then should West or East use some of those templates and baseline information for communications, I guess those other subregions can then pay the central subregion for those resources.
So can I suggest the wording? So we would, in effect, then, if we, on what Amy is pointing out, drop the second and further, and would increase the dollar amount in the first and further to $12,500 to leave the full cost in S-187. I think that's what Amy is saying.
So you're prepared to go with the staff recommendation on your amendment?
I will, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay. So now,
S?
yeah. So basically, from my understanding, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, we're removing the second and further, and we're increasing the first and further to 12,500.
And deleting this, sorry.
And we are removing the second and further completely.
Yeah.
You should check back with your secretary here. Does that make sense?
It's only fair talk. Come on.
Amendment, right?
We don't refer to it.
Somebody would quit.
Yeah, because it's like they'll see, James, he's probably good try. James, that's all, have been the last lately.
But they don't recall.
Anybody for us. Yeah. Yeah, they can. Okay. Yeah.
To lock with my feels. That was a facetious.
Yeah. It's funny, I've never rewatched it. I'm always like.
So, we're removing that and just changing that. Just also discussion. Yeah. So, just to repeat what the amendment is, we've got all that straightened out. The motion that's on the table is what's on the agenda, but what we're doing is removing the second and further in the first recommendation and changing the 8,500 to 12,500. And that is the amendment on that motion. And did we get a second on that amendment? Sure. Yes, we've got a second on that amendment. Now we're opening it up for discussion. Director Newell, Director Lockwood.
Well, I'll speak in opposition to that. I like the way that staff were framing this this pilot. I think it's a bold step, and it's one that we really wondered how we were ever going to make inroads into this market, if you would call it that. And I think there'll be a learning curve and a benefit for the RDCK in going forward with this program. And I think staff's logic was right on in allocating this minuscule amount to the entire regional district of Central Kootenay and all participants. So speaking strongly in opposition to that, but it's $4,000.
Okay, staff would like to comment on
Yes,
it?
thank you through the chair. Elaine, do you mind just helping to clarify what scope of the communications we were looking to allocate to A102? Maybe that can help with some of the discussion here.
While you think about that, Ellen, maybe I speak up for a moment. I would like to remind directors that by trying to fully allocate everything to every individual area's benefit or non-benefit creates sometimes a stale situation where you don't want to do anything anymore. If you move this to S187, you can now start from a rural perspective arguing, oh, this is in the benefit of the city or businesses in the city. And why do I, for example, in Area D, support this program? We have very knowingly created a municipal curbside program with the idea of creating that initial nucleus to be able of even having a compost facility. Teeth crunchingly's rural area said, okay, we are not benefiting from it, but we will carry the cost on establishing a compost facility and a initially municipal curbside service. We have done this consciously, and we have done this with the idea of fostering region-wide waste diversion. By now trying to, in a homeopathic fashion, trying to allocate cost out to each and everyone that benefits or does not benefit, you're creating a situation where everybody says, now, okay, then I don't want to pay either, and you are ending up with not a regional program, but individual cells of programs that in most cases then become unfeasible because the cost is then hard to carry by that individual small area. So I guess what I'm promoting is that we see waste management not only not in 3 subregions or rural and municipal, we all have the same issue that we try to address. That's this waste, that's waste disposal. There's environmental costs created by waste disposal that we are trying to curb and minimize the impact from it, and try to do that on a regional scale and a regional approach. So, sorry, I get off my soapbox now, but I just tried, I thought it was important to get back to that.
On the amendment, any further discussion?
Did we want to link the scripts? Yes. Do you have more to add to that?
Do you want to add to that, Elaine?
Through the chair, for my collection from our discussion around the cost would be often allocated communications versus which could be used for future CI pilot communications. So the communications budget was 5,000. We kind of felt that most of this material could be used for future program rollouts in other communities. So we allocated $1,000 to the Nelson program for S187, which is more around like specifics like communicating out the Nelson program, GFL involvement, there would be other haulers probably in other communities. And then like printing, mailing, distributing those materials. And 4,000 was the rest that was going to go to 402 or allocated to future use in other communities. We were in discussions also with CBD previously. We do think everything in this could potentially be grant funded. We just have to get that grant agreement updated to include changes to the program because originally all our funding was for personal collection bins, but it has said that we can probably use it for these.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? Director Metamucil.
Well, I'd like to close, but I see.
I'm on your list. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. I'm gonna vote against the amendment, and this is the reason, is because communications, I'm not sure how any one of us at the board can say when we're, as Lee has spoke about us being a regional, how we can say, okay, staff, I want to see that the east or the west did not use any of our communications that we spent all the money on. So that's where the $4,000 that Elaine had just said is that it will benefit the entire regional at some point, maybe not right today or in the next 30 days, but it's, what I'm hearing is that there's something that has been created in the communication that will be able to be grabbed, and if it's only pennies, and we might have it granted, but I just want us to understand that we share each other's resources when we do this, and to be regional, we need to share the measly $4,000. So I vote against the amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Director.
Thank you. Good discussion. Really appreciate it. Pennies and nickels add up to dollars, first thing. Okay. I haven't divided all this. It already is east, central, and west. I have no choice of that. Okay. So the other thing is Crescent Valley Services, we talked a lot about what is relevant to our yard. We've heard our people tell us about participating in the organics program and the extended programs. We heard that loud and clear. I wish success to this program. I'm really interested to see how it's going to turn out. But for the potential of creating a template for the future, listen, when we get together and we talk about it, if we want in on the template, we'll ask to be in the template, but I want to see how this pilot is going to go. This pilot is born of this area, and I respect that. But to say that, we don't want to, that we should be paying any sort of portion of that, sorry, I can't say that right now. In the future, I might be the one charging ahead on it. But right now, in terms of keeping this clean when it comes to bookkeeping and allowing it to take its place, its course, the way it should, all I'm saying is that we'll opt out and just keep it in S107. But I'm really interested to see how well it does. That's all I'm saying. And a reminder, we didn't split this east, central, and west. It already exists.
Further discussion? See no further discussion, I'll call for a vote.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I've been listening to the debate on this, and any reduction in the tipping fee per ton for this material impacts West Waste because we have to subsidize at a higher rate the operations of the composting facility. So we are paying already. I get it. Like, this is not an inordinate amount, and I normally would concur with my colleague Kelly on this. But yeah, we're already going to be paying if this goes into effect because of the reduced cost per ton. So West Waste will be paying by way of a higher subsidy. Yeah, it just gets interesting as to who benefits. And what's interesting to me is that we're looking to subsidize, Nelson, who is not a full participant in the composting program. And that's already a cost to West Waste because we don't have the volume from Nelson. So, I hesitate to support a motion that does that. But yeah, I'm going to stop there. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Director David. Now we've got staff that would like to respond to that. And I've got Director Vanderberg on speakers list again.
First, I would like to thank Director David Alpha for reminding me that the way we actually calculate that, it is the central subregion that pays for that reduced tipping fee because it is a reduction of tipping fee revenue to the central subregion. So here is general benefit to the facility that's carried by central already. Further to that, as we generate higher volume, the west subregion to a small degree benefits from the higher volumes as at the facility. The closer we get to full use of the facility, the lower the specific per ton cost becomes to process organics. So thanks for reminding me of that and bring this to the surface. Central is the one subsidizing the reduced tipping fee, so the reduced revenue from tipping fees, not west, not east, and the increased volumes help the Western Subregion in that joint facility by overall increasing the processed volumes at that facility.
You're welcome.
Further discussion, Director Vanderwerf.
Thank you through the chair in an attempt to close. Thank you, Director Davidoff, for your input. Greatly appreciated. Always nice to hear from you. But it's still pretty simple. This is a pilot that is centered, focused around the central. I only want good things to come out of this because I'm very, very curious. This is a bookkeeping, keeping it clean. We're not talking about a lot of money here, but let's keep it clean. And all I'm saying is keep it where it should be for now. And we in the East are very much interested to see and hear from the success. So let's leave it at that. That's why it's important that this amendment goes through.
Okay, we've had ample discussion on this and it's time to go for a vote on it. Director Cunningham, go ahead.
Thank you. This is happening in Central. This is Central is paying the cost. Should it not be a central item instead of an all item? In that case, the people from Central should be voting on this. Is that correct? And my second point, if I may, and I really still got what the answer is that you spent that amount of money just talking about it, and with all these little entries, you talk about nickels and diming. Yeah, every time we have to enter another line, it costs us another $10. Forget it. Let's just get this thing done. I'm sorry.
Okay, to your answer about who should vote on it, we're in committee. Everybody votes. At the board, it could be split.
So Chair, point of order.
Yes, go ahead, Director
Could the
Davidoff.
motion be read so that we all know what we're voting on, please? Thank you.
The amended motion is the same as in the agenda package without the second and further and changing the 8,500 and the first and further to 12,500.
Okay, could it be read, Chair, please?
Agenda, right there.
Okay, I will read it for you. Go, unless, Uli, do you want to read that?
I'll read it.
Go ahead.
That the board approve the proposed subsidies and supports for the industrial, commercial, and institutional organics diversion pilot program within the city of Nelson, including a pilot reduction in commercial organics tipping fees from $96.75 a ton to $50 a ton. B, provision of education and training support for participating businesses. C, development of a communications program to promote and support the pilot. D, rebates for up to 2 organic waste carts for the first 25 businesses. And further, that $12,500 be included in the draft 2025 to 2029 financial plan for service S187 Central Subregion Resource Recovery to fund portions of the communications program materials that are specific to the city of Nelson. We should probably take that out. And the rebates for the organic waste carts, but I will not propose another amendment, just a little bit.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Director Page had his hand up and he was the one, he wasn't the one that made the amendment. So do you want to speak to this one? And that will be the last speaker.
I will vote in opposition to the amendment, given the $4,000 is of the general nature and clearly delineated as such, and supports the organic internet, the industrial organic conversion that happens across the district, across organics.
Okay.
I hate to be a hair splitter, but you said $50 a ton, it's 55.
Thanks for reading the agenda accurately. I was reading fast.
I know, you dropped to 5.
Okay, directors, if we want to leave here in a timely fashion, I'm gonna call for a vote on it. All in favor of the amendment? 1, 2, 3. Hold your hands up high. 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, there's one online.
Okay, and 1 in line, that's 5. The amendment fails.
No, you have to vote.
Anybody opposed to the amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And 3 online.
It failed. And
Call the question.
on the main motion. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Main motion passes. We have recommendation number 2. Who wants to move recommendation number 2? Director Hewitt, a seconder. Do I have a seconder? And the recommendation. Go ahead, Director.
Thank you. I just want clarity on, you're looking at just a feasibility, not an actual putting a ban in. I have great concern with putting a ban in for small restaurant businesses that might not be able to put any more constraints on them. Like if we weren't at this time, I'd probably be like, I don't even think we should be doing this to begin with, but I won't say that. Maybe I just did. But anyways, but yes, I just want to make sure I'm not voting on something that is going to be.
No, through the chair, it is just a feasibility, so we won't invest the time in investigating it and coming forward with some of the minor points. So this would really to dedicate some staff time to do that, come back and see if you would like us to action it further.
Director Watson.
I'm just curious if this would be better placed post a year of doing the above motion so that you have more information about how it's working. Because I think if we do an assessment at this point, even if it's just an assessment, you don't necessarily have the volumes to really understand how it's working.
Through the chair, I don't know that we need the volumes. This is purely to help a commercial collection launch, the first recommendation. The second one is to investigate the regulatory tools that we could consider if we don't see the ICI volume start to increase. I think if we start to look at actual ban, that this will be probably years in the future. So,
but frankly, if I may through the chair, it helps us in our discussion with the ICI sector in saying this is one of the options the directors have in their toolbox down the road if we are not getting any traction in form of an ICI program. It really is, for us, it helps us in the discussion with potential customers and saying, work with us on a voluntary basis, because there's other tools that could be used otherwise.
Further?
Supplemental, I do understand, it's good to know what those tools are, just noting that when we actually do get to considering it, you'll likely be considering different tools given our government environment. They change things every few years. So just don't put a lot of time into it. Good to know what tools would be in place now, knowing we're not in a position to ever put that in place within the next few years. I just think it's important to not put a ton of time into something where when it could actually be placed, you'll likely have to revisit those regulations.
Considering our work plan, it's not going to be jumped on immediately.
Okay, good. Keep you busy.
Thank you. We have a motion on the table. It's been moved, seconded. Further discussion? All in favor? Anybody opposed? 1, 2. Online?
Nobody online.
Nobody online. Motion is carried. And correspondence, we've got that letter, 6.1. I trust everybody has read that letter. And then we have the report from the Healthy Community Society of North Silverton Valley. And the report is in the agenda, has been received. And from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, it's in the West Resource Recovery budget.
Correct.
Okay, public time. Oh, Director May.
Just a comment on item 6.2, the Healthy Community Society Organics Program Report. This is an initiative that serves the New Denver and Silverton area, and it was highly successful. And we have growing demand for it, which is why there's some expansion happening over the last year or two.
I absolutely agree with you. Actually, to my surprise, the success this program has, and given the success it had, it could act as a template for other areas. It is highly reliable on volunteers and the community support, but it has been very successful. The amounts with a rudimentary and relatively limited dollar amount of support has been huge, and I think it could be a template for other rural areas.
Thank you. So, Director Page.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the letter, so I'm glad we're having a short discussion about it. Does staff need any direction to look at helping the success elsewhere? Is there anything else that we would do to see this expand in smaller rural areas?
Dr. Watson.
Well, I just want to comment that in regards to the north end of the lake, I know that for us to consider anything, the village of Castle, of course, has to consider it as a municipality, and that's really where it starts. And so I would, suggest that for that area, the RDCK cannot tell the village of Castle to look at something or consider it. But I would encourage my colleague to bring it forward to them and go from there. So that's kind of how you would instigate other municipalities looking at it, is they have to pick it up and look at it. The RD direction would then come from a municipality saying they're interested, and then how can we support that? So I just wanted to articulate, we can't tell a municipality what to do. And I would hope that if it does work there, then we could support it.
Great, thank you. Public time. I guess whatever public we had online dropped off because the meeting's being taken on and on.
Public on there.
Is there public on there? Yes, I see James on there. So if you have any questions, now is the time to ask them. I'll ask one more time. Any public on the line that wants to ask questions, now is the time to ask them. Otherwise, we'll be calling for adjournment. See no questions from the public? A motion to adjourn. Move, seconded. Is adjourned. And I apologize for the length of the meeting. We could have maybe handled it a little bit better, but there's a lot of discussion and all good discussion, some repetitive, but still very good discussion. And I thank everybody for participating.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah. No, we're just here to get out.